Hey everybody, Chris Nguyen here, and let's make a commercial. So I have a series of spots that I'm doing for a brand of mezcal called Despacio, featuring a character called Juan of Oaxaca, because Oaxaca is where mezcal comes from. So I've written a handful of scripts, and the first one is what we're going to be working on now, and I'm going to be showing the process of recording the voices, arranging those, and also thumbnailing out the animation, doing the animation, all of that stuff. And let's get to it. Okay, so I'm in Adobe Audition, and I have the three characters here, or the two characters that are in this short, Juan, which is Juan of Oaxaca, as I mentioned, and Benito. So the way these commercials are working is it's like a comedy troupe that does things. If you've ever seen a show like League of Gentlemen or Monty Python or any of those. So there's three characters, Juan, Benito, and Rosita. And they play all of the characters. Juan is always Juan. Benito in this episode is a bartender. In other episodes, he's a doctor or a prison warden and all that. And then Rosita plays different characters as well. All right, so I'm going to record the voices. The scripts are very short. The idea is to make very simple Instagram friendly commercials. All right, so now I'm going to record the voices for the short, and I'm using Adobe Audition. I have my Shure SM7 microphone. Everybody uses these. They're pretty standard for podcasts and stuff like that. They're not used in professional voice recording a lot, but they work perfectly fine for anything that any of us might be doing. And then I have that running into Focusrite. It's a more expensive one, but you could use the little single input Focusrite and it will work fine for anything like this that you'd be doing. All right, I'm going to start recording. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. All right, so as you can hear, the opening of this is just Juan coming in and ordering a despacio. I'm going to turn my mic up a little bit and see if I can get a little bit hotter recording. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. I like that last one. I'm going to get a couple more for safety. So it's pretty typical in cartoon animation to have your actors give at least 3 recordings. You know, with their professional, they will give you 3 unique versions of it. And then sometimes you'll pick one of them and look for ways for them to expand on it. In this case, it's just me. I'm pleasing me and the client, obviously. But I'm going to do a couple more just for fun and for safety, so I don't have to come back and do more later if I don't like what I had once I start thumbnailing it out. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. So as you can hear, Juan is very enthusiastic. He wants his despacio, and he's very theatrical in his delivery. All right, so I think that last one, let me listen to it a couple of times. Actually, I'll listen to all the takes again. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. Like I said, I don't like that one. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. That one's pretty good. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. I think that last one's the best, but I might be getting a little bit of noise. I don't exactly have the best environment for recording. Doesn't help that I have a bunch of reflective surfaces everywhere. I don't have the best environment for recording. It doesn't help that I have my Cintiq and my iMac screen right here acting as a big reflector. But I can always filter some of that out that I'm getting. So I typically I'll in Audition, which I just use because I have the Adobe suite, whatever you can use Audacity, whatever. So I like this. Hey, muchacho! Because it has that like we're old friends quality to it. I typically, when I'm recording these, I'll make a track that's just muted that I can throw in my other takes. That's not how we really do it in animation. We generally just keep recording and then go edit afterwards. But I save myself time by doing that, especially on something short like this. I can just have all the stuff that I'm doing right there. Okay, so now I'm going to record Benito's line, and Benito's position is, no, I'm going home, so it's too late for you to order it. Side note is the original version of this is Benito's turning down Juan because he's too drunk, but you cannot depict someone as drunk in commercials for alcohol in the United States. So I might take a couple of tries to get into Benito's voice. He's got a more, hey, like I'm a nice guy type of voice. No, senor, I have decided to go home. No, senor, I have decided to go home. I'm going to get a little bit more up on the mic. No, senor, I have decided to go home. I need to get a little bit more senor for the accent there. No, senor, I have decided to go home. No, senor, I have decided to go home. No, senor, I have decided to go home. No, senor, you are too late. I have decided to go home. I got to get back to the voice because I'm sounding a little bit too close to Juan's voice. No, senor, I have decided to go home. And a little side note is I am trying to make the voices in this sound a little bit like they were dubbed from Spanish. And a lot of the early dubbed movies, everyone had that kind of like hoarse, like scratchy voice. I'm sure you've seen in old kung fu movies and stuff like that. Pero no, senor. I have decided to go home. Pero no, senor. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Let's listen back to a few of these. I think I like that one. Don't really like either of those. Now, typically in animation, we save all of this stuff. We save every single take. I don't, for whatever reason. Sometimes I've regretted it, but for the most part, I'll just record a new one. Yeah, those ones are getting a little too close to Juan. That one sounds like I'm trying to do a French accent. I like that sort of pleading quality that I get in some of them, and I'm going to try and get some more of that. No, senor. I have decided to go home. No, senor. I have decided to go home. No, senor. Senor. No, senor. I have decided to go home. All right, so I'm going to go on to Juan's next line, which is very simple. The premise of all of these is Juan wants a Despacio. Someone has some reason why they're not going to give him one, and he tells them a secret. And that always, we never get to hear the secret, but it always gets them to give him the Despacio. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, gotta make sure I frequently do this where I have a line that I say for a character that always sort of gets me back into the way that character sounds. And in this case, it says, hey, muchacho. Oh, well, let me tell you something. No. Well, let me tell you something. Oh, well, let me tell you something. All right, so I think that last one that I just recorded, I think I like. All right, so now in the short, you'll see when I'm doing the thumbnailing, Juan then grabs him and tells him something. We don't get to hear it. And then the guy immediately gives him the despacio. And then the tag for everyone is just Juan saying uno despacio. Uno despacio. Uno despacio. I want that sort of emphatic quality, like, yes. Uno despacio. Uno despacio. I like that last one. I'm going to go with that for now. Play it all back and see what I think. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Uno despacio. No, I want the happier Uno despacio. Uno despacio. Uno despacio. Actually, I'm going to go with that second to last one. All right, so I'm going to export this. I don't want to edit it too tight. I don't want to have any overlap because when I take it into Blender, I'm able to chop it up and move the timing of the lines as I need for the thumbnails. Right, I think I'm good with that. So now I'm going to move on to thumbnailing out the animation. Okay, so I have my characters here in Blender and the voices are recorded, and now I'm going to thumbnail out the animation. For these shorts, because they're just one shot, I'm going to do the thumbnail pass as if I would a storyboard pass normally. So I have my two character rigs here set up in the scene. You got Benito, who's playing the bartender in this episode, and you have Juan. But one thing I want to do really quick is just so I have a size reference on screen all the time, regardless of whether I have the character rigs on screen. I'm just going to go in here and I made a layer called guide. And I made a material that's a sort of cyan blue. Doesn't really matter. It's just me for reference. There's no particular reason to do one color or another. Other than the fact that you'd probably want it to be different than what you're drawing the rest of the stuff with. So all I'm going to do here is draw Benito with a size reference. And I'm going to draw Juan with a size reference. Not that critical. Ultimately, the characters will be rendered with the rigged version of the characters. So it's not critical that I keep the size consistent, but sometimes as I'm planning out the animation, it could cause me problems if my thumbnails get too far off a scale, meaning that I'll have to rework things as I'm doing the final animation. All right, so I don't need him in there. All right, so I have this little acoustic guitar strum, which is done with, well, I don't know if you can see it on screen. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. No, senor, I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Uno despacio. Listening back to that audio, the timing is not right, but that's okay. We're going to cut this up and retime anything that we need to while doing it. So I have a color that I use for the rough for Juan, and I have a layer in the grease pencil object that's for the rough for Juan, and I will be bouncing back and forth between the rough for Juan and the rough for Benito as the characters start interacting. For the first part, however, I just have to worry about Juan. So I know that where this size reference that I put in here is roughly where I want Juan for the line where he says uno despacio. I probably want him a little bit more in this area. But either way, I'm going to first draw what I would consider to be the key pose, the pose that to me is the most important for the attitude and everything like that for the particular shot. And then figure out how to get in and out of that pose or the other poses from there. It's Shift K to cut an audio piece in or a clip in the video sequencer, which is not my favorite tool in Blender, but it is for having audio in your scene. It does work pretty nicely compared to, say, something like 3D Studio Max, or at least the last version that I used. All right, so timing wise, I think I'm where the sound comes in. I want it to land a little bit sooner, and he's going to be coming in as the guitar sound is fading out. Hey! So this is where I want him to hit the post. So he's going to be saying "hey" as he comes in, and then he's going to be like he's greeting an old friend, muchacho. And I want that to be about right here. And I want him to have a little bit of sway in his back, like his head is back. He's enthusiastic. He's pushed forward with his chest forward, which is weird with these little sausage characters, but that's what he's doing. And typically what I will do, because of the way their head is, I will try and keep the head fairly upright, and to get that that feeling of an arc to the back, I will keep the head upright and bend the body. But for this part, I don't need to get too hung up on that. As long as I'm in the ballpark and I know where I'm going to pose the character. So I want him to deliver the uno despacio line as he's up against the bar. And I want him to be familiar, meaning, you know, he's being friendly with this guy, like they're old friends. Whether that's true or not, who knows? In fact, I think it'll be fun if he leans his arm on the bar. His hands hanging off. Starting to get a little tall there. Maybe he's holding this hand one up, you know, doing uno. So assuming I like these, I might have my two key poses. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. All right, I want him to drop in quicker. And I want it to be kind of like a little bit floppy, like, you know, like really like dropping into that pose. And I will figure that out as I start figuring out what the in-betweens are. And at this point, I'm not worrying about, like, am I on 2s or 3s or anything like that. Typically with this style, I'm animating on 3s. So a keyframe or a drawing every third frame. That's the way I did the faction short, and all the factions will be animated. And I will very much be doing that here, but without worrying about whether I have a pose held for a really long time. I mean, as you can see a little bit with this, I've added a noise modifier to the drawing, so they have a little bit of movement, so it feels like it's drawn more often, even though the pose is not changing. So I think I want him to come in sooner, like on hey. So I think I'm going to get that pose earlier.
Hey, muchacho!
Yeah, I'm going to do that. So he comes in, he swoops in, hey, and then he'll do a bigger version of the same pose on muchacho. And this is a place where you can use the sculpt tool to save yourself a lot of extra work. So I'm on auto lock inactive for layers. This is really important when you're using the sculpt tool or the edit tool with the while you're animating, because any edit you do will put a key on every layer unless you have that. So I'm having him stretch a little bit, get a little bit bigger as he says muchacho.
Hey, muchacho!
In fact, I'll have him lean back a little bit, because as he's doing, like, he's going to put his hands out, which I'll start drawing in a second. But I want to get the main body poses in here first.
Hey, muchacho!
Okay.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio.
All right, so I want to get him coming in. And I'm going to turn on onion skin really quick. I use it on and off. I do believe there's a lot of people like Taniko. I don't remember how to say your last name. Sorry. And other people that advocate flipping back and forth between drawings. I do advocate that, but I do turn onion skin on and off just to make sure I know where I'm going. So I want Juan to kind of zip up into this pose. So he's being very theatrical in his delivery. So I kind of want things to be exaggerated. So I'm going to draw something like this, which is not the way any human would actually come into a scene, but I want to get that sort of like,
Hey, muchacho!
and I probably want it to be faster. Because this...
Hey, muchacho!
In fact, what I'm going to do, I'll play with this a little bit. I want to have him hit the pose with his head and be stretched out. Because I really want this to be a very cartoony style, which is fun to do. That's different than the way I'm doing factions.
Hey, muchacho!
And I can add some overlap here.
Muchacho! Hey, muchacho!
So I got to think about what I want to do with the hands here. So I want him to do the hey, and it makes sense for him to be like this. And I know everyone tells you twinning is bad. It is, but people do that a lot. And I think in the case of this big greeting, this is something that someone would do. And the fact that they're at 3/4, it's not going to be twinned terribly bad because you're not looking at a perfect mirror image. But I do want to figure out what am I going to do different from the Hey Muchacho, because it kind of feels like it's supposed to be the same pose. So, hey Muchacho, like maybe this expression just gets bigger like this. So I'm going to draw that. Let's just see what happens, see if we like it. He comes up, his hands, this hand you're actually going to barely see because it's behind the thing.
Yeah.
And then on Muchacho, the hands are going to come out wider. So I'm going to get a little bit more perspective on it. And one thing that I learned from there's a Instagram called Grizz and Norm. It's two people that have worked at Disney, DreamWorks, places like that. And they had a whole series. In fact, they put a book out called Tuesday Tips. And one of the things they suggested, I believe it was in this book, and I try to remember to do this, is draw the hand first and then figure out the arm. And you may have to adjust, but by doing that, you're not like sitting there going and drawing this part, then this part, and then this part, and then having the hand end up wherever it is. Instead, you're putting the hand where you want it and then figuring out the rest later. So this one, I'm going to very much exaggerate the perspective. And the other thing that they talk about and other people talk about is you draw the hand, and then wherever the shoulder is, you just draw kind of a curved line that represents where the arm is. And then somewhere around the midpoint is where your elbow will be. So I try to do that, especially when I'm just trying to figure things out. It doesn't really matter whether the proportions are exact. But doing it like this, so now I have, let me turn off onion skin. So now you see his gestures getting bigger. And I'll work out the in-betweens and all that stuff later. I want to get the overall feeling of it first. Again, I'm thinking of this almost like a storyboard rather than the first pass of animation. It's sort of bridging that gap.
Hey, muchacho, uno despacio.
And the funny thing is with this style of animation, it almost works without an in-between. But as I go into the animation, I'll start figuring out what those in-betweens are.
Uno despacio.
And I break these rules, if you want to call them that, all the time. Sometimes I draw way more than I need to at this phase, because sometimes my brain just wants to see it to know that I'm going in the right direction. And, it's work. Animation is work, no matter how you slice it. So for this part, I'm going to have, I want him to come into the bar, and I want to put a breakdown here. And I'm going to have him kind of lean or lead with his hips. It'll give me that sort of like floppy quality of almost someone who's very relaxed, just kind of going against the bar. And it'll be a little bit of a whip-like motion. So I'm going to have the hips come in like that. And it'll give me a little bit of a whip-like action.
Muchacho, uno despacio.
And I have some more to work out there. But again, sometimes I just my brain wants to see more than is really necessary at this stage. But work however you're comfortable with. Sometimes you put more drawings. Just be aware that you might be throwing a lot of stuff away. I'm going to switch to Benito in just a second. I'm going to do one more pose on Juan, actually. So after he does his big uno despacio, I want to have him go into a little bit more relaxed pose. And that is going to be leaned in a little bit more. Not a ton. It's not a huge difference. And let me turn on onion skin so I know where that arm is. And I'm also going to have him turn a little bit more towards Benito. And this back arm that is in the holding the number one thing is going to come forward and cross over the other one. All right. That is good enough for now. I'm switching to my Benito channel, and I'm using this blue. Actually, I'm going to use a different color for Benito, I think. First thing I want to draw is the Despacio bottle. So part of what Benito does when he tells Juan no, he has the bottle there, and he moves it away from him. So I'm going to put the bottle here, which I have a layer that I made for this. And blue is perfect because it's the Despacio blue. The bottles are blue. Which actually gives me an idea because it might be fun to have him like stare at the bottle when after he says uno despacio, and then he's like looking at it. But I'll play with that. All right, so I'm gonna make a new color for Benito's rough animation, and I'm gonna make it yellow, so it's because Blender uses this green and purple for the onion skin. It's easier to choose colors that aren't either of those for this rough. And I don't want it to be the same as the bottle, just so it's easier to see. All right, so
Uno despacio.
definitely want his line to come earlier. In fact, I could put this on a separate layer, which will make it easier in case the timing needs to be overlapped. Okay, so I'm going to move this bottle. Actually, this bottle keyframe should be at the very beginning. All right, so I'm going to watch through this a couple of times. It's been over a week since I started working on this and had other things to do. So jumping back in, I'm just going to watch it a few times and try and figure out where I am.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, señor. I have. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No.
I think I might want to have him come in a little bit earlier. Like right there. It would be really nice if I could select this and this at the same time and move them.
Hey, muchacho! Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. Uno despacio. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio.
I think it might be fun if he taps the bottle or puts his finger on it. I think it would happen about there. So right now he's just relaxing this hand. And instead I would have him put that hand on, like put his finger on the bottle. And that might even be fun if he kind of rocked the bottle a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna play with that. So if he pulled the bottle back like this, and actually it'd even be more fun, I think, if he kind of then, like, he starts out looking down at the bottle and then tips it up and looks up at Benito. You know, and he would smile, obviously.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have this.
And then what's going to happen is Benito's going to take the bottle and move it over out of his reach.
Muchacho! Uno despacio.
I think that needs to happen faster. I think I'm going to have this happen earlier too. I think that's better because then he's like taking it directly out of his hands. It's got something extra fun to it for me.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio.
All right, I'm going to switch over to Benito. Which I think, no, I'm not using this golden color, I think.
Oh, uno despacio.
So let me get a first drawing in here for Benito. Benito's actually going to be standing here like cleaning a glass.
Hey,
In fact, it'll be better if he's got his head down slightly on his task. And then when Juan comes in, he'll look up.
hey, hey. Muchacho, uno despacio.
So now he'll reach and grab the bottle.
No, sí. No, sí. No.
Part of the thing that I want to get across with Benito is he's kind of stoic and like he's not in the mood for whatever Juan wants. And therefore, when Juan grabs him, it's a bigger change from what his current mood is.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have the...
So for the I have decided to want go home. I'm picturing something sort of earnest and also very um I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but something very like this is what I'm doing, and you know it's for me now.
Oh, senor. I have...
Maybe he's leaning back a little bit, sort of like looking down his nose.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home.
And I think what I'm going to do is have him just go back to standing, and I'll see how long how long I can have it go, but I want to have him hold that beat sort of proudly. I've stood up for myself. I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm sorry. And like I said, I'm going to see how long I can let it play out for the comedy of Juan deciding what to do next.
No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh,
Definitely want that to be longer.
no, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Oh, decided to go home. Oh,
I like how fast the O comes, and it could almost come quicker.
I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
I think I like the timing that I have in the audio currently, but I'll see as I put more down. All right, I'm going to jump back to Juan because I got to get his pose for when the bottle is taken away from him. I think for the I want him to kind of go, oh, like, oh, really? So I'll have him stand up straighter, which also serves a little bit as the antic for him coming forward. So he's sitting like this. Oh. I'm going to leave that arm leaned against the counter and have the hand that's closest to him hold out. It's not the greatest for silhouette. For silhouette, it would be better to have the other hand, but I don't want him to come towards Benito yet.
Oh, well.
All right, on well, I want him to come forward a little bit. And maybe put his hand on the counter. Maybe he shouldn't come over because like I said, I was trying to do the antic. So, well. Yeah, I think a well should be a smaller change. It's almost like he's in the same pose, but it's a shrug. Well. So I'm actually going to just leave that. I'll figure it out as I'm doing the tighter animation. And now he's going to really lean over. And my drawings are getting out of control as far as how big they are. Because you can see my reference here. And I want to, because of the sausage shape, I got to keep their head somewhat upright. Otherwise, it looks like they're leaning. But I'll make his head pretty much is in profile for this. I'm going to switch to Benito really quick because I want him to sort of get knocked back as he's grabbed.
Let me tell you something.
So the let me tell you something, I think I'm going to deliver it from the before he pulls him in. So he's going to say, let me tell you something, and then pull him in. And I'm going to have Juan move a little bit as he pulls him in, but mostly it's going to be Benito being pulled forward. And I'm going to have him put his hands on the bar like this. And Benito's head's going to turn to the side because Juan is talking into his ear. Oh, let me do the Juan pose there. Actually, I'm going to have Juan pull back.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Uno despacio.
All right, let me move that really quick because I definitely need this to be later. I don't know how long the whispering part takes, and I might record some actual like.
Let me tell you something.
Actually, I'm going to have him pull forward on something.
Let me tell you something.
About that. I think that's about how far I want the timing.
Let me tell you something.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
Let me tell you something.
Whisper, 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 whisper. Right there. And I want to have Benito go completely straight, upright, not exactly looking at Juan. Sort of, the idea is that he's got like the 1,000-yard stare. Like what he heard is so shocking that he's bewildered. And the only thing he can think to do is to give Juan his despacio. So the next thing I need to figure out is how long do I want him to stand there staring.
Let me tell you something.
Whisper, 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 whisper. About that. So it'll be very like, it'll stand upright. Put the bottle there. I want to sort of have him stay in that like catatonic state. Actually, it might be funny if he puts his hand on his heart.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
All right, so Juan, I think, needs to like just stand back because he knows what he told him is going to get him his drink. So he'll just stand there.
Something.
And then maybe he turns towards camera, like, see what I did?
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
I think Benito definitely needs a gasp or something that says, oh shit. Whether he comes back and goes, oh, he needs something. It's falling a little bit flat.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
What he should say is Dios míos. Dios míos. However you say it. I'll have to check with my wife. Whatever the Spanish equivalent of mon Dieu is, or my God. Actually, I will ask Juan. As in the real Juan who owns Despacio. All right, well, I'm waiting for that. I will keep going.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
All right, and then I'm going to have, let me make another layer, which I am just going to call text rough. Because then I'm going to have the Despacio logo slam in.
Uno despacio.
That's effectively going to have to be a different scene.
Uno despacio.
Yeah, I think I'm going to make that as a separate piece that I will just cut in Premiere. That'll be easier.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
I think it's might happen too fast still. Let me see.
Let me tell you something.
I think it either needs to happen where he just reaches back instantly and grabs it, or it's a longer pause. But I think until I record the line, I won't be able to know.
Let me tell you something.
I think the whisper part needs to be a little bit longer.
Let me tell you something.
Whisper, 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 whisper. Or maybe not.
Well, let me tell you something.
Yeah, I think he should just go straight to grabbing it. I think it's better that he is just instantly, this man needs his drink. And then Juan will have to turn back quicker.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, I think with in-betweens it'll read. So typically at this point with these characters, what I do, I may refine these roughs a little bit more, maybe add some in-betweens here and there to figure out what the body's going to do. But I don't usually hang myself up with the arms and legs yet because I want to get the body right. And then as I'm going to do the arms, I'll start refining their animation in a separate pass. So this might be the last version in this form that I do. But I'm going to watch it a few more times and just try and figure out whether that's the way I want to do it. Like I said in one of the other ones, I look at this stuff and sometimes my brain just needs another drawing before I can tell whether I'm happy with it or not.
Hey,
Let me turn off the guides. They're starting to distract me.
hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
I think I can tighten up the O and well, so that happens faster. I think I'm doing okay time-wise. I want to keep it under 30 seconds. But I think I could probably get it under 25 seconds. But I'll have to animate that end scene to see for sure.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
I think I definitely want to do some more in between for how he grabs him, because otherwise I'm figuring out with the body, like by posing bones, and it's not as easy.
Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me.
Yeah, I think I want to do the like quicker.
I've decided to go home. Oh,
Which means this needs to happen quicker.
oh, well. Well, let me.
And I think the time between well and let me tell you something can be quicker.
Oh, well, let me tell you.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, let me tell you something. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
I think I want to delay the reach out to maybe tell you.
I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
Now that part's going to be way too long because I moved everything.
Let me tell you something.
All right.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
Still feels too fast.
Tell you something.
I think it's maybe this is going to be one of those cases where I think I just need more in betweens to be able to see. So maybe he kind of rubber bands up into his upright position. I think I need the what I had in there before, which is that pause where he before he grabs the bottle. Like a moment of reflection about what he just heard. And then the antic pose of him reaching for the bottle. And I think that still needs to be a little bit longer. And actually, I think he then should go right back to that sort of catatonic state. But this time with his arms down.
Let me tell you something.
Maybe it might sell the idea better if he moves the bottle slower, because right now I have him thunk thunk, but maybe he grabs it and then just kind of slides it across the counter. So maybe he holds there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So this is definitely more than I would normally do in this spot, but I want to get the idea how slow the thing is going. I feel like maybe this works. I don't know. I always liked the idea that he just like gives it to him in a hurry, but this him moving it slow makes it feel like he was affected by whatever Juan told him more.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, I like the slow version better. And it'll feel more satisfying.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
Yeah, I think I can cap this exactly at 20 seconds and then have the final logo piece, which will be the same in every short.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
Giving Juan a little bit of laugh at the end too would be fun. Here, I'm gonna do the extra voices for my brain to fill in the gaps. I'm back, and I've got my additional recorded things that I wanted to get, which is Benito saying "Ay Dios mío," which I verified. So here I am where I am currently.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Ay, senor. Dios mío.
All right. I think the whispering part might be too fast now. Now that I have something in there, it feels too fast. But let's see.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor.
In case you don't know this, there's in the corner as you're dragging a key around, and the same thing for Eclipse, this little thing shows up in the corner that says Delta. It shows up right here where the menu normally is. And it shows you how many frames you've moved something. All right, so I also need to add half a second to the end of the animation, which would take me to 5:16. I might as well go the full second, but let's see. I'm actually going to take... So I recorded a bunch more whispering than I needed. And I'll probably slide this around, maybe even re-record it when I'm doing the final audio. But for now, I just want to get the impression of it.
Let me tell you something. Hey, senor.
Nope, I got to go the full extra second. Let's try it again.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Dios mío.
All right, I think just going to keep doing little timing adjustments here. Normally, this would be part of the storyboard process. I'd be doing tweaks. And even still in the animation, some I'll do tweaks because, just as you animate things, you realize you don't need as much time or you need more time.
Tell you something.
Well, I definitely want the whispering to start earlier, but...
Hey, senor. Dios mío. Let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Dios mío.
I think what I'm missing is kind of the feeling that he's actually finishing, which is more of an audio issue than a timing issue. But I did this little bit that sounds like he's saying the last thing.
Something. Ay, señor. Dios mío. Something. Ay, señor. Dios mío.
I think I want just a hair longer before he says Dios mío. I'm going to try, say, 4 frames. Actually, I'll go 6. Then that means I got to move these keys 6. Oh, and also this. So for the little laugh, I don't know if you guys have even heard it yet. Juan has a little bit of a laugh at the end. I just recorded a bunch of different laughs, and it turns out that I like the first one better.
Ay, señor. Dios mío.
Yeah. I'm going to watch this a few more times. Just see what I like and see what I don't like. I mean, this is just part of the process. You just keep watching, look for little things that bother you, make you happy, that you might want to exaggerate, whatever catches your eye and you think could be different, better. And I'm just going to do that. I'm going to watch it a few more times and maybe make little tweaks here and there.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, señor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Ay, señor. Dios mío.
It makes me laugh. Maybe the laugh could be a little bit later, but I think I like it. And it's funny how earlier this ending was falling completely flat to me, even though I did it exactly how I imagined it in my head. And when I wrote the script and all that stuff, it was just completely silent. But adding those little bits made it something different. I think I want to have the reach forward on Let Me. Something feels off about it for him to wait that long.
Oh. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, señor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Ay, señor. Dios mío.
It makes me laugh. So I think I'm happy with it. One thing I thought I could take a little bit of time out is in between the oh and, well, let me tell you something.
Oh, well, let me tell you something.
But I think the pause, with these characters and the style they are, I don't have a ton of facial expression that I can do. But it would be sort of like the idea that that pause gives me is that he would appear to have given up. So I was like, oh, which I think maybe I'll do. Maybe I'll change the pose and kind of be like, oh, well, let's try that.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try that. First, I better save this bitch. It's a good idea to save up a version before doing anything drastic change. Another thing I could do is duplicate this layer so I have the old version, just in case I break a bunch of stuff. But I'm just going to take a chance. I'm going to delete that keyframe and switch back to my wand rough material. I don't want this pose. I think it's more like, oh. I think I'll definitely need a new pose for well then. Because before I was going to have him go, oh, and then, well.
Oh, to go home. Oh, well.
I think that pose is a little bit late now.
Go home. Oh, well.
Well.
Oh, well, let me tell you something. Ay, señor. Dios mío.
Yeah, I definitely like this direction better.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, señor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Ay, señor. Dios mío. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, señor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
I think it's a little bit too tight in here.
Well, let me tell you.
Maybe I just need a tiny bit more time before let me tell you something for this version to work.
Oh, well, let me tell you something. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you.
I think I'm going to have the hand go forward on tell. That way he gets to hold that pose a little bit longer.
I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
Yeah, this is definitely better.
No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
Which now I need to move this back a hair. Try 3 frames.
Oh, well, let me tell you something. Ay, senor. Dios mío.
Yeah. All right. Back to the same thing. Just going to keep watching until something catches my eye. So, yeah, like right after that laugh, the logo is going to come down. And Juan will be standing next to the logo and go, "Uno despacio." Okay, everybody. So I have the thumbnails planned out pretty well to my liking. And now I am going to go and pose the puppet version of the body, from which then I will draw the hands and arms and all that stuff. But as always, when I start doing this, I start by watching it a ton of times and just seeing what I need. This will be not my last chance to do any like refinements in drawn form or breakdowns or in betweens. But the last chance before I do this next step.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Dios mío.
All right. So I think I do like it. So I'm going to start with Juan. So I'm in draw mode. I'm going to switch back to object mode. And I'm going to select Juan's armature. And for this first pass, I'm not going to worry about any in-betweens. I'm just going to go to everywhere there's a drawing and match that pose. Or as close as I can with this thing. The other thing I got to do is turn on his actual model. Go into pose mode. And one good thing to do right off the bat. Oh, first I got to change this to regular dope sheet. So I'm going to select everything and insert a keyframe for location and rotation. Not all of these will accept all of those keys, but because I have the location locked out or the rotation locked out on objects that don't need those channels. So I guess I could use available, but whatever. All right. So this first frame, obviously Juan's not here yet. And I'm going to go through and entirely animate Juan first. It would actually be really nice if I could have a separate version of dope sheet where all I'm seeing is the grease pencil objects. And maybe there is a way to do that if you can pin those, because then I could go to the exact frames. But for now, I'll just do this. I'll just step through keys until I make sure that I'm on the first key of that drawing. Let me select my camera really quick and reduce the amount of darkness around it so I can see outside the frame. This particular pose is not that important. I mean, you're barely going to register this. And then one thing, for some reason, I mean, I could set my default keys to be stepped. That would probably make my life easier, but whatever. So I have a pretty stretched out drawing here, and I'm going to try and maintain that feeling so it's got a lot of elasticity to the animation. And that's the beauty of these circular controls here that I have set up. I could actually animate entirely with those, but it'd be harder to keep the character on model. See, like for this pose, for instance, I'm better off going here and zeroing each of these out. Just to make sure that he's back on model. And I can always tweak from there. Like if I do want some stretch there still, I can stretch it back out, obviously. But I'm going to try it at first, keeping the stretch pretty limited. Obviously, I still have some stuff that are not on stepped keys. One of the things I like animating this character as opposed to the factions characters is, and it's purely just a feel thing, in factions it doesn't feel like they should be overly stretchy. But with the Despacio character, it does feel fun for him to be more like bouncy and rubbery. Now, obviously, my drawings got a little bit away from me as far as the scale goes. But it's not that big of a deal. One thing with the rigged character that I want to do for the body is I got to be careful so it doesn't always move like a tree falling over. Like if I have some bend of the body, that the bend has to change in addition to the rotation of the bottom, because otherwise it just feels like a stiff thing leaning over.
No, senor.
So I have this bit of animation that I'm not sure I'm going to keep. But I have, if you remember in the earlier video, I talked about having just Juan looking at the bottle when he comes down here, not at Benito. And maybe I'm going to go back to and think about that, because I like the idea that his focus is on that, not on the person he's talking to. And then once Benito starts talking to him and takes the bottle away, then he will look up at him.
Senor, I have decided to go home.
when he does this, I'm going to have him look away more than I've drawn here. Because I think it kind of creates this sort of fun, like, oh. I might end up having to do some masking for the bar because right now it feels like his body is going behind it. And probably what I'll do is I'll draw an overlay showing that his belly is pushing up against it. I did that a lot in the short for key parts. I would just draw a new thing on top of the puppet. All right, I'm going to play this back and see whether I like it.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Yes, yeah.
It might be funnier if he has in that last little chuckle, if he's got like a little bit of a tilt to his head. One thing I'll do really quick is I'm going to turn off the onion skin for those two objects or those two layers. I'm also going to reduce the opacity of it so I can see better the character.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Yes, yeah. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I like the little head turn or tilt.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No.
All right, I'm going to add some of the ease poses, but probably not all of them. Because I want to get, especially for once there's interaction with him and Benito, I want to get, or once there's interaction, it wouldn't make sense to try and do that much refinement until I know exactly how Benito's going to move. And I might add a little bit more whip type action here, so there's more overlap.
Uno despacio. Uno despacio. No. Hey, muchacho!
And for these keys, what I'm adding, I'm just going forward or back 3 frames because I'm animating on 3s, and just adding a little bit of motion towards where the character's going. I mean, it's a classic breakdown or in between. But because I'm doing such a limited animation, I don't do a ton of these. I want it to feel limited, because I could animate this 24 frames a second, use curves and all that stuff, but it won't feel right. And I definitely don't want to draw the amount of in betweens for the arms and legs that would take. Plus, I think it's fun to do this style.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio.
That feels a little bit linear.
Muchacho! Uno despacio.
I want to bring this back a little bit.
Uno despacio. Uno despacio. No, senor. Oh, senor. Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, go home. Oh. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me think. Oh, well, let, oh, well, let me tell. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor.
I might be able to do a little bit of squash and stretch in here. I'm going to try it.
Oh, well, go home. Oh, well, let.
Think I want it to come down a little bit slower.
Oh, well, let me.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. I don't know that it adds a ton.
I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Yes. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Oh, well, let me tell you something. 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 Song. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Yes, senor. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Yes, senor.
All right. I think I'm pretty happy with Juan. I ended up doing in all the in-betweens pretty much. I might refine them a little bit here and there, but I'm pretty happy with it. Probably the refinement will come as I start animating Benito to try and keep, whatever ends up happening that's fun for him may affect what's fun for Juan. So, but let me turn on Benito and Benito's armature. Plus, I'm going to go back into the Benito rough and reduce the opacity so I can see a little bit better. All right, Benito arm. First thing I'm going to do, select everything. Key location and rotation at frame 0. Or frame 1, I mean. So I can see one thing that I'm probably going to want to do fairly quickly is I'm going to move his arms. When I pose out the animation, I'll move his hands a little bit farther forward so it looks like he's looking at his hands when Juan walks in.
Hey, muchacho.
I think his reaction is a little bit late. But I think I kind of did that so it'd feel kind of disinterested. But I'm definitely going to animate him looking up a little bit slower than the snappiness of Juan's animation. But for now, I'm just going to get the pose.
No.
And I'm going to lean his head back a little bit so it's a little bit like he's looking down his nose at him. At Juan. So Benito is looking down his nose at Juan.
Senor, I have decided.
I'm going to move him forward a little bit and puff out his chest a little bit more, which in these characters means leaning him forward and then leaning the head back. It pushes the chest forward. And I could use this middle control and just drag it forward. But I tend to try and use those just for accents, not for the primary posing. But I also like the fact of him taking step forward, sort of just like putting him in between Juan and the bottle.
Decided to go home. Oh, well.
In my thumbnails, I animated him kind of going back to his previous pose, but I think I want to keep him relatively puffed up and like he's being stern. And we'll have him relax a little bit. but I don't want him to completely lose that. I've made my decision. Nothing's going to change it.
Oh, well, let me tell you some.
This one, I'm going to do what I wouldn't normally do is start doing a little bit of in-betweening just because I want to feel the impact of Juan's hand grabbing him. This actually would have been a good place to use that center control because it's the impact is hitting right in that spot. So just pulling it back.
Let me tell you something. Something.
Again, I'll have to draw over do a layer over for the interaction with the bar. And I'm going to have to do some comp work to get which character shows up on top. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Listen. Amazing. 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 It's real. All right, so
Ay, señor. Dios mío.
I kind of like the idea that he stays completely motionless as he moves the bottle, which I don't remember if I talked about earlier.
Yeah.
As I have it drawn, there's a little bit of motion there, but I think it's more fun if he's almost catatonic, like.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Ay, senor. Dios mío. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh.
All right, I think I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to go add some in-betweens here.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No. Muchacho! Uno despacio. No. 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 No, señor. No, señor. I have decided to. I have decided to go home.
I don't currently have any motion in the drawing for this. So I'm going to have him come a little bit farther forward on that. Just to give it a little bit more motion. And occasionally I'm holding down the shift key when doing those moves so I can make a very, very small movement. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this pose change. I want to have him maintain that stiff pose.
Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Well, let me tell you something. Nice.
I'm testing out here a little bit of him looking at Juan before he pulls back.
Nice.
I like the idea. I don't know if I can get the subtlety out of it that I want.
Nice.
And adding a blink and I'm going to do this anyway for the eye raise, but I can add a blink too. So it's a little bit like, so I get a little bit almost like a double take.
Nice. Yeah. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor.
The next thing I'm going to do is do a more refined drawing pass on the arms and legs and also rough out the mouth animation, plus the eyes and stuff like that. Then it will be on to doing the cleanup of the arms and legs and mouth. Okay, so I have the body animation, all that stuff ready, and I am ready to start doing rough animation for the arms and legs, and I'll do the mouth as a separate pass.
Hey, muchacho, uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor.
So one thing I'm going to do really quick is I'm going to draw the Despacio bottle because I can actually animate that with like and animate it just straight to the final, because I'll do one drawing and have it move around the exact same drawing. So I'm going to hide my armatures because I don't need to see them anymore. All right, so I have my bottle, and now as I'm doing the rough animation, I can actually just animate the bottle. I'm first going to start with Juan's arms for the rough. I'm going to go back to my rough material. I've set the transparency of the old like full body rough layer to pretty low, so I don't have to. I can see where the stuff is, but I don't have to. It doesn't distract. All right, so this would be the first place where I have the drawing of the arms. And you notice on this drawing, I have the hands sort of up. So on this thing, I am going to, and I have to tie this to where his actual body is with the puppet. So what I think I'm going to do is do this as a pretty exaggerated smear. In fact, I'm just going to do, I mean, this drawing is so quick. I might as well just do kind of a stretched out thing. You can't even really tell what it is. So because his motion's so fast, I want to have some overlap to it. But first, let me just get in the drawing that will be the sort of final position. It's a little bit too straight on. All right, so that's kind of where I want the hands to end up. But I want to have some settle to it, so I'm going to move that keyframe out to be the next drawing. So this first drawing, as he's coming into position, will still be a bit stretched out. I think maybe I'm going to have it kind of like it's coming forward like that. And I'm going to do a pretty severe, like motion blur looking drawing. Which I can see I need to imply more that the arc to it. And I'm going to move this one out a little bit farther. And do a little bit of
Hey, mucha- hey. Hey.
I don't it feels too slow. It might be a case where I have to not work on threes and
Hey.
it still feels too slow. I think what I need to do is scrap everything there. And maybe have the hands already coming forward in this. In this first drawing. And then in this drawing, I'm going to have it finishing coming forward. Let's see how that looks.
Hey, muchacho. Hey, hey. Hey,
Still feels a little bit wrong to me, but I'm going to keep carrying forward, and I'll. Well, I could do actually the same thing, and maybe have it happen on twos.
hey. Hey. Hey, muchacho.
So you can see I use the sculpt tool a lot for little things like this, and I may or may not do that with the final drawing. It really depends upon if I can pull it off without it looking messed up. But a lot of times with these kind of in-betweens, you can get away with a lot because the drawing just has to feel right for that very brief time that it's on screen.
Hey, muchacho!
And I'm going to do the same thing just to get a little bit more overshoot, just to soften that,
Muchacho!
to soften the hand coming out. And one thing that I just did that sort of shoots myself in the foot a little bit is because I have the roughs on the same hand, I would have been better off, or on the same layer, I would have been better off drawing both hands first and then being able to do the sculpting on both of them. But now you can see currently I don't have any of the drawings of this hand in there. And I'm going to slightly offset giving it a feeling of offset timing just by having the positioning, even though all the drawings are happening on the same frame. By having the drawing slightly offset, it creates the feeling that one is lagging behind the other. And one thing I will do with both of these is on this frame, I'm going to actually take the sleeve and have that a little bit lagging behind. That way it helps sell that overlap a little bit more. And when I do the final drawing, I may actually have it shoot past this. In fact, I'll just do that now so we can see what it looks like. So I'll take this drawing and I'm going to duplicate it. And then on staying on the same frame that I'm on, I'm going to have the sleeve extend a little bit farther, and then it will come back. And what's nice about this is, without doing a ton of like heavy redrawing of fingers and all that stuff, you get a lot of action, a lot more life out of it. You can see a little bit how the sleeves have that, and it may be too much. It feels a little bit rubbery. And what I could do is add another one as I need. But like I said, you get a lot of life out of just little things like that, like a hair moving. You see this with anime a lot. And I think a place where it's absolutely beautifully done is in Primal, the show by Genndy Tartakovsky. All right, so this movement is pretty small. And I'm looking forward to see, because what I can do, in fact, I'll just do it just to illustrate it. So I have that very small motion, and it makes sense that if the body's moving, that the arms would lag behind a little bit. So I'm just going to take my sculpt tool and do just a little bit of, so it feels like the arms are coming forward, but later. And then for this drawing, I'm going to have the hand that's closest to camera. See, it comes up into this point, so it's going to start forming that hand, and the other side needs to come down onto the counter. So what I'll do is, let's just give this a shot. Like, I have the arm coming down elbow first, and let's say that it's coming like this, and then, very much it's going to flop down onto the counter. And I'm breaking one of the things that I try to do all the time, which is draw the hand first and then figure out how the rest of it connects. You don't always have to, but it's very helpful to make sure you get the hand where you want it. And sometimes you have to do adjustments because of, the arm won't reach or whatever. All right, so I know that I'm going to do, just like I did with that other thing, I'm going to do some overlap, but let me get the drawing in the first, like the main pose in there that I want, and I'll move it around as I need to. So again, draw the hand first. I'm actually going to take this rough and make it even more transparent because it's getting a little bit distracting for me. All right, so doing, like, I know with this pose with the hand so much up in the air, I'm going to want the sleeve to hang quite a bit because I have these fairly loose openings. And that is a design choice that I made. For one, I just liked the way it looked when I drew it the first time. But a thing that occurred to me is how much extra like life I can get out of the animation. All right, so with this elbow, or with this arm, I do want to put the elbow down first because I need to know where it's planting on the table. And the hand, I'm going to do some motion blur type drawings. One trick that you need to know is if you're going to erase a drawing and you're not on the keyframe, you need to duplicate it because or otherwise what you will be erasing is your old drawing, and you may not want that. All right. It's a good idea as you're animating stuff like this to every once in a while, at least I like to, every once in a while go back and play what you have so far. Because sometimes you'll catch little things like how the motion could have been more flowing. In this particular case, the way I'm doing these with such limited keyframes, that's probably not an issue, but I still like to review what I've done frequently.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, señor. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, señor. I have decided to go. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio.
Feel like, yeah, that doesn't feel like it was animating because it wasn't animating.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio.
All right. So I'm okay with that. I know I need some sleeve action here. So like this drawing, the sleeve will be very much lagging behind. Same thing with here. I think the sleeve will be, because the hand was coming this way, the sleeve will be kind of pointing up and back towards where it came from. Here, the sleeve will be, it'll be a blur. And on this drawing, the sleeve will still be coming from where it was. And, I obviously I can exaggerate this as much as I want. It helps give me that motion blur quality. And I maybe even add a little bit more here. And I'm actually going to do another frame of overlap on that sleeve and have it kind of overshoot.
Uno despacio.
I think it's going to need another in between. Because it feels like it settles too quick.
Uno despacio. No, señor.
All right, and on this one, I'm going to have the sleeve lagging behind.
Uno despacio. No, señor.
All right, so I need to, where's my bottle? Need to move this frame, this drawing all the way to the beginning. Here, it might be a good idea for me to break out the arms into separate layers because they'll be sort of crossing each other. But for now, I'm going to just leave it. Let me actually go 1, 2, 3. Get myself a cheap in between with the sculpt tool. So yeah, I got my cheap in between there by just using the sculpt tool a little bit. And then I'll also feel like my eraser is behaving weird. I'll also do a little bit of overlap with the sleeve so it feels like it lags behind. I'm also going to need you know what? I'm going to actually move this key there because I'm going to need a pretty good blurry in between. So because the hand moves fairly quickly to the bottle. So the hand is going to be very pulled like this. So I have I think what I want to do is yeah, I would just get a little bit on that lead in. It has just a little bit. I always think of the whatever thing is at the end that you want that overlap on, that it's always pointing back the way it came, whatever the loose part of it is. Yeah, I think I definitely would have been served well by separating the back arm to the front arm. Feel like that finger got a little bit long. Anyway, I'll clean up those drawings as I do the actual finished version. So one thing I think might help, when he makes contact with that bottle, that the bottle tips forward a little bit. And this is going to be a little tricky. Oops. Because I have to feel like it's going around that corner or tilting from that corner. And I do have my onion skin to help. Yeah, that'll work. So right now I do have I have no in-betweens between him rocking this bottle back. And I do want it to have, a little bit of ease. So I'm going to actually take the first keyframe that I had, and I'll just use that as my ease. And I'm deleting the lines for the arm, but leaving the hand because the hand motion is going to be very small, and that's harder, more tedious to redraw. Oh, see, I did the thing that I said that you got to be careful to do. I deleted or erase either one. The drawing before doing before duplicating it, so I lost my drawing of the arm. And again, I got that sleeve. It may be hard to see in there, but I have that sleeve animating. Go to the bottle. Okay, before I do anything, I've got to duplicate that frame. And again, I'm going to delete the arm lines and just reposition the finger or the hand, and then redraw the arms accordingly. And also the sleeve will have settled a little bit.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No.
All right, so when he pulls the bottle out, I think as soon as Benito makes contact with it, I think I do want to have the bottle rock just a tiny bit. So it feels like he's bumping it. Which I will also have to do Juan's hand. And I might add a little bit of motion in other places, but all right, this is a place where now I start having to think about, do I switch to Benito for now? Because his actions are what's driving the bottle and and Juan's hand reacting. But I think what I'm going to do for now is I know what the bottle needs to do. So I'm going to actually animate the bottle itself by itself, which I can have Juan react like because his finger needs to come off of it, obviously. But I'm going to have the motion fairly quickly, so I'll do an ease drawing, so it moves a little bit and then moves a fair bit, and I may add some streaks to it. But I'm going to do this really quick. I'm actually going to go back to this original drawing so I know it's upright. Move that over there. So I know I'm going to need the ease drawing into this spot. And then some point in between. Let's go with right there.
Muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to.
So this needs a tiny bit of ease too. Maybe not that tiny.
Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh.
All right, I think that works.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided. No, senor.
All right, back to Juan's arms. I'm just going to do one of these cheap sculpting in-betweens because I just need the thing to drop just a tiny bit. And then one thing that's helpful is if you're deleting grease pencil strokes, if you work in, when you're in edit mode, if you work in it's a version that selects all the points on one stroke. It's the middle option. Otherwise, you can select one little point and then hit L and it'll select all of it. But using the middle option eliminates an extra key click.
Muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh! I have decided to go home. Oh!
All right, so in this case, I'm drawing the shoulder first on purpose because I want him to kind of shrug. But now I can figure out where the hand is. And I want to make sure I get some sense that the hand, like we're seeing the blade part of it, not just the side. And I may actually, with my overlapping or with the extra drawings that I can do on top, I may draw the scarf getting pushed up. I kind of don't mind because the way the arms are kind of treated as a separate object, I don't mind if it just overlaps, like it's a little bit detached from the. Same thing I'm doing with the sleeves every time. Just going back and adding some overlap. And again, I'm doing duplicating that drawing and just going in here with a little bit of sculpt to add some even more sway to it.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well.
Again, I messed up by just drawing the one hand, not thinking about both of them. And there's I can cut and paste things, but I didn't really figure out what this back hand is doing through this whole thing. And I think originally I had him put both hands up. But what I think I'm going to do now is have him keep this hand on the edge of the counter. And I know I'll be able to leave that drawing there. And I can duplicate the drawings when I'm doing the ink lines. And work smarter, unlike I did here. I don't like that little rubbery hand stretch I did there. It's too much.
Well,
I don't think the idea is bad. I just did too much of it. And it's kind of the thing where I think I get more from the sleeve.
hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
I'm going to get a very Frazetta-like hand here. Which I think I want to move a little bit further away so I can get a little bit more arm extension. I'm going to very much cheat how long this hand is. I actually may need to do a little bit of tweaking on Benito's animation because I don't feel like he gets quite enough of an in between or ease out.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do some tweaking to both of their animations a little bit here. Because I feel like Juan dies a little bit. So as Benicio or Benito turn or pulls away, I'm gonna have Juan turn his head to follow.
Hey, Muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something.
All right. I think I am going to work on the legs rough now. I am going to use a different color just for the sake of the clarity of having different colored lines than the arms. So this, I don't think I need to be too realistic about how the legs are in these first couple of poses. Let me turn off onion skinning on the arm.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Dios mío. Dios mío. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Dios mío. Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Ay, senor. Dios mío.
Okay, so obviously now I'm working on the cleanup. I'm using these just black lines, normal pen, nothing fancy here. I'm I'm adding motion blur in the classic 2D animation sense, where I'm using some motion lines and multiple images of the hand as it moves. Creating the sense of motion blur the way you would in a 2D in classic 2D animation. Also, I use a lot the sculpt tools you can see right here to make subtle adjustments, but also like if I want to have an ease frame rather than redrawing it, I will use the sculpt brush to just sort of shift the drawing a little bit to create that momentary shift before the bigger action. And this is sped up quite a bit because the way I'm drawing in for this style is I'm very much using a slow hand that's deliberately really quick. You see me using the sculpt brush to make those subtle adjustments as his body moves forward, and I wanted to move the shoulder. But I didn't want the hand to move as well because it's going to lag behind what the body's doing. So it's a great place to use, at least with this style, to use the sculpt brush to make a subtle movement at the shoulder while leaving the hand where it is. And really, what you're seeing right now, the way I'm doing the motion lines and all that kind of stuff, is the reason why ultimately I didn't make a rigged hand and leg for this puppet the way you would in, say, Harmony. There's a lot of cases where it would be nice to have that rig, but that style of animation always looks to me like that style of animation, like the rigged puppet look. And I wanted that for the body because drawing it is much more involved. In fact, at one point I had even started on my short to animate that way. But it was just so time consuming. So having the body rigged allows me to get the bulk of the animation done while maintaining that style and the character consistency, saving a lot of effort there. But drawing the hands and legs doesn't take, rigging it is challenging, and being able to get like these different angles and all that stuff is hard, but drawing it, I just get to draw it. So, at some point in every project, you got to figure out how much you're going to do in advance versus just part of the production. And while doing the Cabin in the North Woods short, I got to that point where I was just like, I need to get moving on this. And if I spend all this time creating an arm setup that tries to be everything that it might need to be, as opposed to just drawing it, it just became easier to draw it. And I'm actually happier with the results because it's much more flexible. And then maybe in the future, I'll make the arm rig like I wanted to, because I have a pretty cool setup for it. And I can use it most of the time. Just like in Cabin in the North Woods, I have shots where the body completely, like I hide the rigged body and completely draw the whole entire body for that frame or two, because the angle can't be done with the rig. And I don't remember if I make any adjustments to the body after the fact, but I would be open to it as I'm doing this. Like if something about while I'm drawing the arms and I realize something in the body needs to be adjusted, I'll just do it. you have to. It's the same with writing. Like, you don't want to leave a bad sentence in there just because rewriting it might cause you more work. And it's the same thing with animation. I mean, obviously with deadlines and stuff like that, sometimes you just have to let things go. But here I'm using the sculpt brush again to do some very subtle changes. But yeah, sometimes you just have to let stuff go. And, depending upon what your client is paying you or the schedule on a show you're working on, if it's not a client gig, a lot of times, here's a funny example. While working at Nickelodeon as an animation supervisor, there were a lot of times where we'd go a couple rounds of notes and then we just have to go, all right, the shot is what it is. And I used to joke that because we had a button for notes or approved, and I used to joke that we needed a whatever button. And my friend Randy said, that is what the approved button is. It's just that you're saying, whatever, the shot's done, because there's no more time in the schedule to do it. For my personal work, the hope is always to just make it better and make it better. But I also try to be realistic about what the impact of it is. And another philosophy we had when working as an animation supervisor was the idea, does the change that you want to make the shot better or just different? And if it doesn't make it better when you're on a deadline, you need to let it go. And even if it's a self-imposed deadline with something like this animation, there are places where I know I want to improve things, but I still have to I have to cut it off at some point. Otherwise, you'll just keep working on something forever. Here, I'm using the sculpt brush again to make some more subtle changes. It's really a powerful tool. It's one of the reasons why doing this kind of animation in Blender is better than something like Harmony. And Harmony may have a tool that works that thing. The only thing I've seen people use to do something along that idea is skewing the drawing. But with the sculpt brush, you can do a much more subtle version of that. The other thing I do frequently is when a character moves and I need to move the arm, I'll just go into edit mode and select all the vertices and move those. So now I'm filling in the drawings. I finished the arms. It's a simple fill material, so when I draw it, all it does is make the fill. This part is kind of tedious, but it's a good thing to turn on some music or, some YouTube video or whatever, and just let it happen. And this is another thing where I try to remember to use the sculpt brush too, because sometimes I'm doing a subtle change, and I can do that with the sculpt brush. The other thing I use the sculpt brush a lot in this part of the animation is if I don't quite hit the line, like I'm a little short, rather than trying to draw more, I can use the sculpt brush to pull the edge of the fill either in or out as needed. So you'll notice that there's some of the bar counter that comes through the arm here. A lot of that will be covered in the compositing. I used Blender's compositor for this, and I arranged the layers in a way that made it so the view layers, I arranged the view layers in a way that allows the arm to sit on top of the bar, even though his body is behind it. One thing is you'll see coming up that it didn't really matter if I was super precise staying inside the lines with the arms as I'm doing the fill. If you notice around both of their bodies, there's a white outline outside of the black outline, kind of giving the sense that they have been cut out. Like if you drew them on white paper and then cut them out just outside the outline. Later in this cleanup process, I go add that white outline for the arms and anything else that extends outside the body. It's just part of the aesthetic that I landed on. One thing I also don't get too hung up on this is it's very forgiving to just do multiple chunks of fill. It can get tempting to try and fill in the whole shape with one continuous line, but it's just not necessary. And then when you mess up, you have to start over completely if you do that. Yeah, you'll notice as the playback happens, you're seeing a lot of flickering back and forth between whether the bar is in front of the body or the body's in front of the bar. But that's all taken care of in comp, so there's no reason to worry about it now. Yeah, you can see here where I'm using just the edit tool to move around the lines because of it's a pretty subtle shift and it's limited animation. So there's no real reason to redraw everything. Honestly, that kind of subtlety would stick out. All right, so now I'm doing the cleanup on Benito's arms, and I'll kind of skip through some of this because it's the exact same part of the process. And here's the part where I was talking about. I just quickly go and retrace around the outside of each drawing with a white outline to create that cutout look so it matches the body. And this part goes really quickly because the way the overall look of the show is not perfection. And if you followed any of the tutorials on making the body for these characters, you know that I very much don't want excessive perfection in the line work and all that. I want it to have a bit of hand drawn look. I don't want it to look super precise. So like when I'm doing the lines for the bodies and all that stuff, it's all very, I'm doing a slow, deliberate line where I'm purposely making little bits of thick and thin. All right, now I'm starting on the face, very quickly drawing the lip sync. For Juan, it's kind of hard to see his lip sync because the mouth disappears behind his mustache. For Benito, I had to pay a little bit more attention. And the tricky thing doing 3 frames a second is getting the lip sync can be challenging. But because I'm not super strict with sticking with the working on 3s, not 3 frames a second. If I need an extra drawing in there, especially if the character is moving while talking, I'll need more drawings than I normally would. So if I need extra drawings to get the mouth to work, I just do it. I don't get hung up on working on 3s. The same actually goes for all of the animation. If I need more frames, I use them. It's one of the beauties of working this way. You can add drawings or not. In fact, in Cabin in North Woods, I think I ended up doing the walks on 4s. And part of me thought, well, this shouldn't work. But in watching it, it worked. And when I went to add more in between, so I'd put it down to 2s, it didn't really add anything to the animation. So I just stopped doing it. As far as lip sync goes, I'm really doing the same technique I learned from Preston Blair's cartoon animation book, which I've had since I was a little kid. And for the most part, you can get, for this kind of animation especially, you can get anything you need out of that book and some practice. If you're doing something like more realistic and stuff like that, there's a lot more to study to get the amount of subtlety there is in a person's mouth as they talk. And you notice, like, I don't fill in the mouth completely. I wanted to have just like what's below the bar. It's sort of the way Charles Schultz or someone like that would fill in blacks. They would leave a lot of white space. Or a more modern example is the comic book artist Scotty Young. He never really fills in the black. He describes it as the scribbled in like that gives it more energy.
Despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Hey, senor. Yo.
All right, so here I start doing the white outlines for Juan. And This is pretty typical for me. I don't necessarily work in linear order. I don't work start to finish on animation a lot. I'll work on whatever part catches my eye or whatever thing I feel like working on at that time. Um, I try not to get too hung up on the process other than where it will mess me up in the future if I don't follow a particular process.
Stop. Quiet.
All right, so for the background on this, I landed on a very simple aesthetic of an underpainting that you do for an oil painting. It's just a wash of burnt umber, and it's a very simple setup of just using an alpha over for the character on top of that, and then the next character on top of that. It's all very straightforward. One thing that's a little confusing when you first come to, you can see I'm selecting the bar layer for that particular view layer. But I think I changed that out. One thing that's confusing at first with Blender's alpha over is the over is actually the lower input. So that can throw people. It threw me for a while. Yeah, and you can tell that this is all new to me. I'm figuring this out as it goes. I understand the compositor a little bit better now, but I understand the compositor a little bit better, but it's still new to me, and I had to figure all this stuff out.
Hey, Gustavo.
Hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, hey, muchacho! Uno despacio. No, senor. I have decided to go home. Oh, well, let me tell you something. Right?
And then at one point, I realized that the image is a little bit flat, so I came into Photoshop and added a bit of a vignette to the image, so your eyes led to the center a little bit more. And then ultimately I changed my mind and just made the vignette as a transparent overlay. That way I could darken everything inside there rather than just the background. Gustavo.
Can you talk about people that have mentored you and how you feel about mentoring others? I've had a few mentors in my life, a few people who decided to take me under their wing and show me things. Um, and I am still grateful for the things they taught me. Ernie Ernst, way, way, way back then, in the early 90s, when I was working in theater here in San Francisco. Showed me, told me some wonderful, how do I say this, trained me as a rigger and a stage worker in a way that was super abiding and amazing. We went out to Mount Diablo and went rock climbing so I could learn how to tie knots that I would trust in my life and thus others' lives too. That was an amazing experience. Later on, when I first started working in commercial special effects, Mitch Romanowski, legendary Mitch Romanowski, ran the shop at Nightmare Before Christmas and also James and the Giant Peach. One of the most brilliant problem solvers I have ever met within the making of models and the objects we make in the film industry. And I mean, he showed me things about mold making and speed sculpting and painting. I mean, Mitch was a generalist. To be a model shop lead, you've got to be an incredible generalist. At the same time, he had really specific techniques that he worked out for solving really difficult problems and passed a lot of those on to me. And there were others. My art teacher, Mr. Benton, in high school, who let me cut my teeth on anything that I was interested in the art room. I consider that a form of mentorship. So sometimes being a mentor is just providing someone the opportunity to figure their stuff out. Jamie Heineman, absolutely an early mentor in that once I started working for him on the regular in his shop, he had no problem with me coming in on the weekend and using the tools in the shop to make stuff for myself. He understood that that made me better at my job. I just thought of it as this incredible bonus. And I followed that with the shop assistants I've had in here. I've been totally fine with them coming in on time off and working on their own stuff on these tools because I love it in the same way. So the second part of your question was about mentoring others. It is so much fun to mentor others with your institutional knowledge. I gotta say, if you haven't tried it, it's intoxicating. It's just great. An old shop assistant of mine recently came here a few months ago and said, hey, I'm about to build a prop for this film and I'm gonna rig it on set. I've never done this before. What kind of stuff do you wanna tell me? Oh, and I was like, there's so much to describe, but here's the first one that I could think of. As I said, you will spend weeks working with production to build this thing, and you will bring it on set, and I guarantee within the first hour, they're going to ask you a question about what that thing can do that will make you wonder if they've been paying attention at all to anything you've said in the entire process. And I know there's some old timers watching this right now who are like nodding their head. It is spectacular sometimes the degree to which a question can like throw you off because it is so far off the mark of what is possible. And in that moment, the trick is you have to figure out the problem that they're actually trying to solve and then solve that problem, not the question that they're asking you. The real trick is filtering the question which you're